Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the IndieTales game dev livestream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Tuesday edition of the stream. Today we're working on more Insignia, of course. And I've had a pretty productive morning working on some tooling for Insignia. I've been working on a sequence instance manager, which I'll share with you in a little bit. I've been doing that in the evenings, which is it's pretty cool. I'm having a good time at the moment. I'm in a bit of a rhythm with dev on the project, but I've really got to be heading towards releasing this demo very soon. We've got about 10 days before my preferred deliverable date for the demo, so I'm going to do my very best. Maybe we're in territory of like alpha playthrough experience, maybe. So yeah. Welcome. Big thanks to everybody who's here in chat on Twitch and on YouTube already. And of course, biggest thank you to AKA Jesse BR for the most recent follow, and even bigger thank you, ultimate thank you to Lishnor for the most recent sub. Welcome. Okie dokie. So I've been a little bit off my schedule recently. Like I just haven't been loading tasks in. And maybe that's a problem with the fact that I haven't got the tasks that I prioritized on the board at the moment. I've just got like a bunch of stuff. So it's probably worth us spending a little bit of time just looking at like demo content. So let's take trailer away for now. This goes on to the, I need like a backlog. Look at all these different things that I've got. Okay, so let's call this here. This is the backbench. The backbenches. So trailer is not currently in the mix. Strategy also not in the mix. That goes away for now. And then the rest of this is not very well. That's done. Production. Define testing criteria for the demo, QA the demo. That's important. I got to get something done there. Outside of that, it's really like story content or like, yeah, I got to find a good name for this field. Not sure yet. But we do have some other fixes. I'm just going to like rattle off some stuff for the moment. So one of them is, oh, can you also notice that I've added different depth layers to these tasks now? There's like different layers of opacity depending on, I've got two like channels now. I've got urgency and importance. So something can be very important but low urgency, or it can be very urgent but of low importance. It's hard to describe the difference between those things, but you know, the lower on both scales, the less important the task is to do. Urgency really just means like, do we have a deadline for this thing and how close is that deadline? Or are there things depending on it? That would be high importance, high urgency, but like low importance. They're not great labels, but let's just figure it out. So one of them, I'm just gonna go through a bunch of things that I've seen today. So like fixes, I need to fix coins falling through geo. So this happens, it's not really even urgent, and it's definitely not important, but it's there. What else have we got? We've got, I need to do something about validate all slides in Orenstead Burns cutscene. That's important. It's of high importance, but it's actually not urgent. Then we've got there's level design stuff, which is actually important too. I'm going to bring this over here. So this is Athenium puzzle design. This goes over here. Hello. And this is very important. Probably this week has to be done. It's urgent that I do that. We should probably get Small Ocelot working on this with us. He did the original design for this puzzle, so maybe he wants to be involved. I should message him right now. Let me do that. Cool. And then Athenian puzzle design, super important. And then it's the boss fight, man. That's so important. Yeah. So this stuff kind of is going to go up into story content. This refactor, it's kind of like maybe not this week, but maybe next week. But it's of high importance as well. Then there are actually a bunch of side quests. So this content updates, I just did that. That's looking pretty good, but there's animation that needs to be done for it. That's a polish question. And doing that, leftover cutscene, 100 and Martins. Yeah, story beat. Question mark? It's actually unvalidated at this point. I don't really know. Cave side door needs a script check open or closed state. That's actually kind of important. That's more of a main story content thing. And it's a try and get to it of medium importance. I do. I mean, I don't know any other tools that would let me work this way. I know it's Figma and it's like, oh, it's a UI design app, but like, look at this. It's so important. I mean, I guess I could use like Google Sheets or something, but it wouldn't be this powerful. I wouldn't be able to just make a bunch of cards and drag them around like that. I like it a lot too. And what's really important is that I designed this. You know what I mean? Like my brain is configured to be best dealing with things that I built. So like, because I built this little layout thing with these components, it's like, I feel super confident in how to use it. I don't have to learn features because like I built it. It doesn't even have any code. It's just a front end, but you know. Hugo hurt animation polish, so fixes bring back that's actually reasonably important too. That actually is part of the story content, and it's a try and get to it, but it's of high importance. There are other quests too. Where are those quests? Horseshoe quest. Oh, I see. Yeah. I mean, even that, like a cool search function. It's good stuff. This needs to show up here as well. This is of... I mean, a lot of this is of reasonable importance. Anyway, then we've got in the production lanes, we've got sequence instance manager. Oh, also like some sort of a bookend. There needs to be like an ending that's really well fleshed out. Also, this story content and content QOL, they are the same thing now. These are all united. So I don't know how I should best do that, but maybe I can do like this as a this, and then this, all of these, ding, 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 ding. Well, content and QOL are kind of two different things, aren't they? Quality of life is not the same as content. So what is content? This is content. This should just be called QOL, which is not that far from polish. I think QOL should be mechanics related. It should be like things that make the game feel a bit better. That's polish. That goes over here. Polish crucible zone. Chasm background. Yeah, that's all polish. And I think polish then can be a little bit further over. Even that is polish. This is content. These two things don't make any sense. They're the same task. Martin slingshot, review lock on, ability unlock modal, refine enemy encounters. In fact, this is important. It's medium importance. And in fact, mastery, do I have anything on that? I actually don't. It's becoming quite important. Mastery menu fixes. And that is, it's polish, but it's not nothing. So now I can start organizing these, and at least I can start questioning the orientation of them. So like, is the Harriet boss fight refactor more important than Horseshoe Quest? Definitely. It's the most important thing. These two things are super important. In fact, these things are more important. So let's flip them over. Yo. And then rose portraits. Are they more important than the vines and thorns? Yeah, probably. Crucible appearance, odd tiles, refined chasm background. Yeah, I would agree with that. Consider adding. I've been seeing a psych for a little while, and we've been talking about trying to beat perfectionism. And this task is what he said would be valuable for me. So like doing a matrix where I say like important, but is it important? Do I need to do it, or can I let it go? And what's the consequence of letting it go? So I think his argument would be everything that's in the dark boxes, I should actually be prepared to submit the demo without doing them. And in fact, according to him, I probably should submit the demo already. I'm sure that's what he would say, but he hasn't seen the game, so he doesn't know. He doesn't know anything. All right. So, let me take you through what I've been working on today. Maybe we'll allocate like, let's be good people here. This is organization. Tuesday stand up, and then until, let's call it, we got to finish it this hour here. I want to spend at least, we can't spend more than an hour on this thing that I want to talk about next, which is sequence player refactors. And then we can spend the rest of the day working on other things. Let's do this. I want to do this, and I want to do this horseshoe thing. Let's validate that. That shouldn't take nearly as long as I think it does. And then this we can definitely look at. All right, let's get the telescope in there too. I think I could do all of these. Good morning. I think if I spread these out, that should take me to about there. This one will be much less time. This one might be a bit more time. That's a great afternoon. If I get all this stuff done, I'll be very happy. Okay. This can just go. What about these things? What have I got down here? Let's just, before I get too happy. Let's leave it for now. All right, so I'll show you what I've been working on. Check this out. I have been doing even more work on my sequence system, and it's starting to get pretty slick now. I don't know what's happening here though. What's Unity doing? Excuse me. So my goal is to be able to press like 1 or 2 buttons and have everything I need in a cutscene set up. That would be my goal. So that all I have to do is worry about, wait, really? I just closed the window and it works? I just closed it. We had a loading bar. We finished loading. Thank you very much. I don't need you. What the heck? Who knew you could just close loading bars? All right. So, all we got to do, we fixed that action camera thing from yesterday. I did a sort of a workaround, sort of a bit of extra work. I didn't solve it or anything. I sort of pushed it a little bit further. Cool. Speedrun loading. Exactly. You don't have to do anything. You just close all the loading bars. Tips for how to speed up Unity. So, in fact, this might be a good example. So here we go. We've got this thing here and it's all broken. Let's see if this works. I press this button. It's still broken. Okay. Actually, what happened? Nothing. All right, let's try this. I'm going to delete these. And we've got this little timeline sequence situation. So we've got some characters. That's it there. We have a timeline. I'm actually going to remove this timeline. Delete that. Not that one. Damn it. Not that one, not that one. Discard the changes on that. Thank you very much. We love our... We love our version control. Hello? This has become a little chaotic, hasn't it? Okay, so we've got this cutscene here, yeah? And the cutscene doesn't have a timeline. We can just, boom, press a button. And that will make a timeline. It will populate the characters with the timeline. This doesn't have an event sequence. It does have the sequence here. Update timeline tracks. Create timeline. It does have a timeline, does it not? Playable director is missing. Oh, that's interesting. Hang on, better way to do this. Let's just delete it. Start that again. Okay, we're going to create this in the scene. So boom, we get our timeline with our cutscene and everything. And then we can check on the timeline and look, it's got all the dialogue and it's got 2 groups, one for each character. It created a character who wasn't in the scene and put her underneath that timeline. It gave us this set of objects, which includes these bindings for Armin and Rose. I can swap those if I want, and it'll update these accordingly. We have access to their animators and their navigation component, so we can tell them to walk around the scene. We can change their animations. We have the dialogue here. If I want, I can add a camera, whoop, just like that. And then if I recheck on this, there's the camera, there's the clip, there's the camera there, and it's sitting just here, ready for us to do whatever we want with it. So in like 2 clicks, I have all the dialogue loaded in. I have the characters loaded into the scene, bound to this thing, which updates these. And I have an option to add a camera track if I want. If I wanted to change, for whatever reason, this character into a different character, I could just swap them there, and that should work just fine. And then the other character would be running around and doing whatever with. The goal for this is for it to be like fully seamless, so that I just have to press like click, click. Here I've got this little validation check. So actually what happens is if I remove this, it should... no, not this time. Rose, I haven't quite done that yet. The goal would be that if something was wrong here, and that obviously it's not going to be wrong because I just used the generator to generate it. But if something got missing, or let's just say over here, let's say I take this away. Here it says RetroBox track not bound correctly for Armin. So it actually knows what's wrong at any given time. And then I can press this button to fix it. And it just repointed it. So I actually have like a unit test system that I just built this morning to test that so that it doesn't ever break. Which is pretty cool, huh? So this basically goes through and essentially walks through the list of things that need to be done for it to be correct. And then if it ever fails, it spits out that dialogue at the return point of what broke. So pretty cool. Pretty cool, huh? Yo, Twitch chat, have I lost you? You've been real quiet. Twitch chat's been super quiet since I posted this update. Just making sure that I'm not missing you. Hang on, maybe I can test it. Oh, there it is. Okay. No, you're here. Just watching very intently. Hello. Okay. Cool. So yeah, very happy with this system. The only thing is I can't like upgrade. I don't have any upgrade path for older sequences. And this comes as part of a bit of a longer journey that I'm on here to make it so that I need to refactor the whole NPC system at some point along development because it's currently really garbage. So I'm at a bit of an architectural impasse here because the way that I first built this was I had the idea of like a sequence player and then NPC. And at the time when I first built this, an NPC was a sequence player. It's literally just like a big CD player from like a hi-fi system back in the day, where you've just got like, okay, here's my thing, here's my CD drive, here's my play buttons, and you push the eject button, you put the thing in, and then you press play, and then it plays the cutscene. And an NPC was just one of these attached to like a stack, where it's like, okay, we got a bunch of CDs, and we're just going to play them in order, one after the other, in the CD player. That's essentially an exact model of what my NPCs were for a long time. They're just things that stand in places. Hey Nervix, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome. Hey Pixels Murphy. So originally that's all it was. It was just like a CD player basically that just played cutscenes, a cutscene player, a sequence player even. And as time has gone on, when things happen, like you have, for example, multiple Unity scenes, right? That becomes an issue. So thank you so much. See ya. So if you have 2 or 3 Unity scenes with the same character in them, should they be the same CD player? Or do you need a different one depending on which scene you're in? Like maybe in scene A, you need access to cutscene, 1, 2, and 3. And in scene B, you only need access to cutscene 4, 5, and 6. And there's no world where you would ever want cutscene 1 to play in scene B. So in that case, it's almost like, well, there would be no point defining an NPC prefab because every scene's going to have a different explanation of what that NPC needs to be doing. You can't meet, you can't have a chapter 1 conversation with a character if you skip that conversation, but somehow meet them in chapter 2 because the world has changed. So in that scenario, the chapter 1 version of that character should only exist in chapter 1, chapter 2 version should only exist in chapter 2, and there's no point even thinking about them as the same thing because they're just different objects entirely. They only share a name and some sprites. That's one way of looking at it, and that's how I had it for a long time. The problem with this is, as this has gotten bulkier, right? It started as just being, it's a sprite with a sequence player on it. Now it sort of has grown into its own thing where NPC is like, well, it's actually a character with actions, it can move and it can emote, it's got a dialogue portrait. It can be like added or removed from the scene. Based on some condition. It's like, okay, now that it does all this stuff, is it really just a CD player? Or is the CD player something else? Is this just something that lives elsewhere? And actually it's the NPC that is the thing that gets passed around. And maybe this can be a prefab. Maybe this is something that I should say, well, there's only really one character per scene. One of the instances of these characters per scene. And these sequence players, they should be telling the character what to do, but they aren't the character. They're more like a set of stage directions for the character. So the idea that a character owns a cutscene was something that was an assumption that I had for a long time. That was the struggle. And it's a bit strange because sometimes that is the case. Like if you think about conversations as owned by NPCs, like this is what happens when you talk to this NPC the first time. This is what happens when you talk to them the second time. Then the things that they say are owned by them. But instead, if you think of it like a movie and you're in a movie scene with a certain character, well, the character doesn't own the scene. They're just a participant in it. And that takes this thing and elevates it right up to being like a director, right? With the little clapper. And now this is more like this is just a character, an actor in the scene. Where this gets a little bit hairy, the final twist is the question of how these are entered. So like the play condition. the play condition of these things really does keep it kind of split down the middle in terms of like whether we think of it as scenes in a movie that have characters or dialogues that characters have that the play interacts with. Because some of these cutscenes, their play condition is you walk up to the NPC and you talk to them. In that instance, figuring out which thing the NPC should be saying, it goes back to that original concept. It's like, well, the NPC has these things they can say, and there are, quest flags that dictate which one we should be playing, and those all really just belong to the character. You could almost think of like a database of cutscenes arranged by character who you talk to. And I've got this whole thing where there are these prompts, which are these like speech bubbles that sit above an NPC's head, and the NPC's speech bubble changes depending on what they have to say to you. So in this case, like again, the NPC, if the play condition for a cutscene is that you talked to an NPC, I really feel like the model of the NPC owning those cutscenes is really important. In which case, you would only want one NPC per player, right? You would bind this to that and you would say, well, they own their sequence player. However, if the condition was more like you walked into a zone, right? There's like some region of the level that you stepped into and that starts a cutscene. Well, at that point, this NPC has nothing to do with, it's not really a part of their data structure that you were playing the cutscene. Instead, if the cutscene involves them, then they are just things that get told what to do. And the trouble here is that sometimes in a scene, it's both. That's the challenge. So like in this cutscene, in this scene, here, it's like you walk into this scene, this guy happens to be here, he's fighting this guy, you defeat this guy, and then you walk over and then you talk to him. So it's like there is a direction, like, typical game cutscene moment that happens that has nothing to do with the character in terms of prompting him. And then you go and talk to him one-on-one. So the question then becomes, where are these stored in the scene? That's the question that this architectural question is like, do I put this big cutscene that you step into, like right now it's here, it's outside of the character. Like, where is Hugo? So here's Hugo. Right now, he belongs to this cutscene. In fact, yeah, I actually haven't even, I've been really inconsistent across the game with this, and it changes all the time. What I'd like to do is have there be an NPC and character subdivision in the scene. I put all my NPCs there that are going to be in the scene, and then I mean, again, it's not even an easy answer in the ideal situation, because like in this context, like here, you walk past this green box, right? You walk past the green box and then a cutscene plays out. Where does that live? You would think, well, it lives in this scene, right? It doesn't live on the character because he's just one character in the scene. Otherwise, you could put it on this character, right? Like, who's to say what owns what? The Unity hierarchy and how you compose different components in that manner seems odd to me. Interesting. Well, I don't really know how Unreal works. So like, it's one thing to say, well, I mean, one way or another, the data has to be owned by some sort of data structure, right? I don't even know if it's a composition question. So yeah, in this case, like this cutscene is just a thing that exists in the scene. And I think that's fine. But then this one here, Hugo, Hund, and Aftermath, that's triggered when you talk to Hugo. And again, that feels like this should live under an NPC called Hugo somewhere. And right now, it's sort of the other way around. It's like, well, there's the cutscene exists, and it has an instance of Hugo underneath it to say, well, we spawn Hugo in because the cutscene calls for it. What happens if I validate this? I don't think it did anything, which is good because that would be bad. No retrobox track for Hugo. Wait, if I press it, does it create one for him? That's interesting. Anyway, I'm sort of playing with fire here because this is a system that doesn't belong in this world. Well, actually, what happens if I delete these? And then just do it. That certainly should, pressing this button certainly should give him a timeline. This just validates them, doesn't populate them. Let me go and do that then. Is there an update data button I can press on the inspector? It does this, and then this says, hey, let's set up the NPCs. Does it? It hasn't done that. Create the track bindings. For each track binding. So why is this fake? Well, there's a lot of errors there. If I am director to get generic binding RT. So is there no director? There is a director. It's right there. The director has the timeline on it. That's just fine. So what's the problem? Is it that the character bindings doesn't exist yet? It might be null. Well, it says it's null. Well, it says something is null here. I'm pretty sure it's this. So let's go back to here. The thing is, the first thing that this is supposed to do is to draw the character bindings, and it does that straight away. It's the first thing it does. So then why do we not get anything here? On inspector GUI is validated. Wait, what? Oh, it's failing on the validation check. Wait, really? Oh. I see. Well, no errors, but we also don't see any of the characters in this cutscene. Is it really astonishing? I don't really understand. If I'm being honest, I don't really know what the debugger would have given me there other than maybe telling me which of the game object, which of the references was null. I mean, that's probably not that uninteresting. That's probably pretty valuable. But like, I would also need to be able to throw a break there, which maybe I'm just not used to it. Step through and see which vase are the issue. Yeah, but that's like a whole thing. Maybe I'm just not used to using one. It's there, it exists, I could use it. I just got to make a habit of using it. It doesn't really, like, I don't really notice that I'm being slowed down by it, I guess. So the problem here is that we are iterating through all of the characters. I see. I think what we want to do is iterate through the character bindings. Like for me, it's not, I think the reason why, at least at this moment, it's not a big issue is that like, yeah, like it's not a question of, it's not like, oh, something's breaking, what is it? It's more like, what's wrong with this function that makes it null in the first place? You know what I mean? It's a problem with the code, not with some random thing being wrong from elsewhere. It's like, I've written the function wrong. And I think I know what it is. I think it's that I'm traversing an array here of characters, but actually what I'm checking is a dictionary that's stored elsewhere of the same characters. And I should be probably referencing the dictionary rather than I mean, they should be synced up, but given that this is all being done, I'll see how it works. I won't try to explain it. im.characterbindings.keys. So keys in this case are the characters. And then this can't be null at that point. That's just going to be what it is. And then that's all fine. And then because of this, we can check the bindings directly and we know that will be valid. So, oh, everything is okay. But it didn't do the thing. Oh, it's because it didn't make it through this. We need to populate the bindings. That's really important. But I'm surprised because the bindings aren't null. Well, they're just empty, I guess. And I think we need to do, I think what we need to do is validate whether or not the bindings exist for all of the characters in the cutscene. That's the first thing. So this set up NPCs. This makes sure that happens. But there's no check that validates that has happened. So we need to do our little unit test for each of the bindings. For each character, no. This is for each NPC data character in im.sequence.characters. I mean, say, if we don't contain it, then let's see if that happens. Keep the happy path at the bottom and the catches up top. That's kind of what I did, I think. That's kind of how it's set up. Why is this wrong? Because I didn't define an outstring. Wait, really? Oh. Outstring character reason. Missing character binding for Hugo. Cool. Good. So it knows that that's broken. And then when we validate it, when we update data, this needs to do that validation. And I think this needs to be on the other class. This needs to be like we are IM in this instance. So then here we can say if validate, if check character bindings, outstring reason. If this is false, then we can set up NPCs. And this then goes through each of the characters and adds the bindings. Cool. So I think that was pretty, like I didn't really need, I felt like I didn't need the debugger then. Like I just sort of, you know, walked through the gap in my little mental model here. So missing character binding for Hugo. If I press this button, there we go. There's Hugo, there's Armin. And in the timeline, in the aftermath, I'm expecting in this sequence here, no group track for Hugo. I'm expecting when I click this, for this to show up here, but it's not really doing it. So there must be some even though I'm validating, it doesn't give him a group track. So back to our instance manager, editor, inspector, validate, update data. Oh, really? Okay. So we set up the NPCs when the bindings are wrong. We set up the timeline. What does this do? Okay, this validates the timeline tracks no matter what happens. So assuming the sequence.timeline is not wrong, we were getting that log out, validate timeline tracks, which means that that's correct. We're getting to here. And then for each track in timeline output tracks, this only checks the bindings of existing tracks, but that's not what we're looking for here. We're actually looking for setup timeline. And this also doesn't do the thing that we were expecting to do. Does this? No, none of the things that we're doing are able to do the thing that needs to be done. And I'm pretty sure maybe I've left this in sequence editor. So group. Yeah, it's this thing here, update character tracks, which is a static function. The only reason I think I haven't added this in yet is that it might be destructive. But I'm going to do it anyway. I don't think it's destructive. So we set up the timeline. This just adds the timeline asset, or like the timeline instance. And then here, actually, this is an issue with IC. This is an issue with, this is an editor class here, but we're doing this inside of a component. You can't do that unless you have these compiler time members or whatever they're called, which I don't want to do here actually. Instead, I think some of this logic should go into the editor for this, at least. Or alternatively, we would need to move this logic out of the editor, which I would be okay with doing as well. So thinking about what this does, what does it do? It takes an event sequence and it adds a bunch of track asset stuff to it. And the Unity timeline is not part of the editor. I don't think it's part of the editor. Oh, it is. Okay. So timeline is part of editor. Create track is part of the editor. So actually, we can't do this stuff. This is the problem. Architecturally, we can't do this stuff inside of that class. I would argue that like everything in that class, this is basically an editor class. So ultimately, I think setup sequence, which is called from inside of an editor on a game object, this probably shouldn't do that. Maybe we could have a version of this that gets called from the editor class of this. That would be okay. So it's like, did you see what just happened? I wrote the word static. And this would be setup sequence instance. And then we would have sequence instance manager sim. And then the event sequence. And then we would say sim dot, and you would have to basically just do that for all of this. A bit unfortunate. Or is there a better way to do that? Well, I'm not necessarily, I mean, yes, these references won't be here when I'm doing it right. I think that's the problem. I mean, setup collider, fair enough. That's okay. Trigger prompt, yeah, those can be there. Sequence player, probably fine. But this probably shouldn't be here anymore. Set up sequence instance. Whoops. Man, I really got to get rid of whatever that class is. Sequence instance? What is this? I've never seen this before. What owns this? When does the sequence manager get used? Engine has a sequence manager. Okay. This is a thing that gets used in the game, apparently. I've collided my naming conventions. Okay. This is the sequence queue. That's what this is. So sequence queued, this would be queued sequence or something like that, or queuable sequence, or not. I mean, sequence instance is whatever, but yeah, queued sequence or something would be better. Okay. Well, that frees us up a little bit. And then this can become sequence instance if I want it to. Because sequence instance manager is just yucky. And then sequence instance editor, a sequence instance inspector is the inspector for a sequence instance. That's perfect. Everyone's happy. Everyone gets out of the way. Okay. So now the question is, how do we move out some of the logic of our sequence instance, this update data function, and all of the things that it does kind of needs to be, because we're doing timeline related stuff, this function needs to be callable in its entirety from the editor, not from here. Now it only gets called from the editor, so maybe we're good. Maybe we could just move it. All right. So now we got to move this out. Or we got to say im dot each of the times. Which is ugly, but it is the way that it is. It be that way. So now is the point where we could say these timeline tracks, which have not yet been, this makes sure that the timeline tracks are bound correctly. Before that, we need to make sure that the timeline tracks exist. And then this makes sure that there is a timeline. If there is a timeline instance, if it's called for by the sequence. Well, I'm typing fast today, chat. Okay. So this is event sequence editor dot what? Hang on a second. It's not generate timeline, but let's go have a look at what that does. I think we update character tracks. Which takes what? Just the sequence. Okay. Great. Oh, that's a problem. Huh. Well. I guess we can't do this from there. Okay, well, fair enough. So that all went fine. Let's just see what happens when we press this button. Boom, boom, boom. Hey, there we go. We did it. I just go on my little side quests sometimes. I'm sorry if it's hard to keep track of what I'm doing here. There we go. Easy. So what the whole point of this is that now, this thing I was demonstrating half an hour ago, I can now validate the contents of a timeline asset and populate all of the components that I would need to do most of what I need to do for most cutscenes with a couple of button presses. So like usually to set this up, what would I have to do? I'd have to make a camera transition track. I'd need to make a camera and put it underneath the cutscene. I'd need to add a camera clip. I'd need to pass the cutscene camera in the scene into the clip with the correct bindings. And then I would need to go and make a dialogue track. I'd need to load in the dialogue from the dialogue track one by one. I'd need to go and create a Hugo group. I'd need to add the activation track and pass the game object in there. Then I'd need to go add a retro track and a navigation track. I need to pass the animator or the NP. Like I'd need to do all of that. This was like a couple days. But the thing is, what this gives me is not just an easy way to set something up, but it means that I won't have to be spending days, plural, problem solving certain things that have been set up differently from other things. I think it's not, the time savings aren't just you press the button. The time savings are you will no longer have to scratch your head trying to figure out why this is wrong. Because even in the last couple of weeks, I've probably spent at least 2 days figuring out why a cutscene isn't doing what it's supposed to do. So the goal of this is to try to bring all of the cutscenes together in how they operate, what components are involved, and automating the steps to resolve those inconsistencies to get it to a point where it is very straightforward and non-confusing. Because, you know, the process of manually setting stuff up introduces errors. That's my concern. Because you set up something slightly differently this time, and then slightly differently the next time, and then slightly differently the next time. Now you got 50 different assets set up with really complicated, you know, objects, but they're all set up slightly differently. So I'm convinced that this is already going to save me time. It just in terms of quality of life for me as the editor, and also it helps other people work on this. That's the value of it. Like anyone who's working on this can now create a cutscene, set it up, and have characters running around and talking to each other and whatever, with the camera fading in, fading out, all that stuff, within 2 minutes. Well, you say that, but that's not true. There's no way that's true. Because I've only been working on this on screen today. I don't think I was working on this yesterday, was I? Or maybe I was. I think it's just more that when I'm working on tools, it's hard for chat to relate to what I'm doing. So it's like, I think the time goes slower. Because yesterday you saw me spending like, I don't know how many of you watched me spend like 3 hours on this one cutscene yesterday. Not doing any tool development, just working on the cutscene, trying to like fidget things around. Playing a boss fight 5 or 6 times over. I mean, even that, like, is that time better spent than if I had been working on a cutscene fast forward, like a cutscene skip button? All right, ads, refactors. Sequence instance system to allow for track management in the instance inspector. Also, I did budget this time to do this. Just saying. And I've got another 10 minutes. So there are other things that I'd like to do to clean this stuff up. But for now, I think we're mostly good. It's the refactoring that I don't, not the refactoring, the updating old cutscenes is not something that I can do very easily here. That's the only issue. So when I'm talking about, there's a cutscene up here. I don't like that this prompt is sitting there relative to the box collider, which is it just that this prompt on this NPC. Oh, I see. The prompt should be there by default. And then this should be offset like there. Maybe even like that. Oh, that was my mistake. Now, if I go over to like Maggie, that'll just be correct. Well, not in her case. That's a separate thing. That's no good. But is he not set to -1? The pin is -1. The prompt is not -1 because the sprite is not -1. But I can make the prompt -1. The problem is that that's correct as it is. This is because all the characters need to face right by default. And he doesn't. That's the issue. How do you handle quests and dialogue? So well. I can talk about it. Give me a sec. Let me just fix this. I think that shouldn't make a problem. I think that should just flip him in the scene. And then we can just take the pin. I don't know why it doesn't show up, but that's okay. Let's put it like there. Let's take the prompt. Put it there. Let's take the collider for the prompt and put it in front of him. Let's take this and put it here. Now let's just take him and flip him. Boom. And put him there. I think we can have this text be like here. But then there's a door here. Where's that? Okay, that's fine. He's just gone. He's just gone because we didn't set up the time to be the correct time. So at no progress, he should show up. Cool. Where is my animator here? Let's just do that. How do you handle quest and dialogue? There's a lot that goes into it. What the heck is going on here? Oh, because this hasn't been gotten yet because of how dumb the old code that I wrote is. Why would I use get component there, Adam? What are you doing that for? Really? Oh, I know what I did wrong. Wait, what? I don't know what I did wrong. Okay, I'm just going to leave that alone. Let's fix it. Just the only thing I want to do is check why. I'm going to check if I can take this sprite and make it nothing. Because I know what it is. Maybe I'll just... yeah, this should be working on fixed update. Let's just say lit is false on start. That surely should do what I want. Nope. Okay. Maybe, what if I just say dim? Oh, okay. Yeah, let's try that. Nope. One sec. I'm just going to fix this and then we can talk. I'm not sure why it's just not listening. I'll fix this one day. In the meantime, the easiest thing I can do is just come back to this and make this. Either none or prompts bubble 0 is fine. That is a horrendous script. Sure. Cool. Okay, so 2 questions. The first one was, how do I handle quests and dialogue? Okay. First of all, I have a dialogue system. I built a thing called event sequence. It's a scriptable object in Unity, basically just like a data container object. And I make lots of these, one for every cutscene. And it contains a bunch of what I call story steps, which are just, they're just like a data container in a list. So it's like a bunch of, it's got text, it's got a character who says the text, it's got whatever. And I got that as a list. You can see what people are talking, blah, blah, blah. That gets imported. I just type in some like human readable text in there and then it creates this thing. Then this will have what's called a condition. So you need to have met some condition in order to play this, or I can make it so that you need to. And then it gives you a quest flag at the end. So these are all of the quest flags in the game. These are basically booleans as objects. And the booleans can either be in a dictionary or not in a dictionary. So it's like a bunch of GUIDs. It's like, okay, when you start the game and you talk to this person, this gets saved into your little save file that says that you've talked to them. And that lets the next dialogue know whether or not it can play. Because it checks, hey, have I talked to this person yet? If so, then I'm allowed to play. And when I'm finished playing, then you get my flag. So it's literally just a bunch of these flags getting exchanged in the game, from the game to the save file. And as they go through, and not just with like not just with cutscenes, but with everything, with doors, with characters. Like this guy, he has a component on him that will disable him if a quest flag has been met, if a certain condition has been met. So in this case, meet old man. If you've done that, he won't be here anymore. He'll just disappear. So it's like that. That's how I do quests and dialogue. What's the hardest and / biggest time sink thing you've done or you have left to do? Oh, all the content, obviously, old bags. That's the biggest thing. If you mean systems, I think the boss fights are going to be the most complicated because they're all going to be unique. But in terms of like building features, like tools, the biggest tools that I've got left are the data management tools that are going to handle like all of the validating that like every quest is doable and like every item is craftable and that there's enough crafting materials in the game to make this item or that item, or just that kind of stuff, like the economy balancing as well. I'm going to make a tool to help me manage that. Similar to this tool, I've got this thing called Causality Editor that lets me track what information flows from where to where. What is this object? Why is that there? Sounds like this should be like, I guess, here. But even then, why is it there? Quest item handlers. Okay. That's Luca who's done that. That's fair enough. No big deal. So yeah. Anyway, it's 3:10 now, which means we've done enough of this for one day. Walter Quest Iron Sword Quest Resolution Reward. Nice one. Good thing I wrote that because I wouldn't know what it meant otherwise. All right. God. His name is Walter. His name is Walter. He was a Oranstead god. And he has a sequence player. And this finished first forge is one of his sequences. And this is Armin saying, hey, he's like, hey, have you done this? And Armin's like, yep, all done. He needs a portrait. He's not going to get that portrait, that's for sure. So the condition required to play this is that we've fixed the guard blade, but that's not what this is actually going to be. The condition required to do this is going to be that we have that we have an item of a pauldron in our inventory. And I guess that we've crafted the pauldron. We can track both. So this, like that, just now, just so that I can, someone said something about how I spend all my time working on tools. Being able to do this right here, previously, there was about 2 hours of work of mucking around that I had to do with game objects per, maybe like an hour, per cutscene, per character. With something as complicated as this, which is not very complicated, but before this system was built, it was very complicated, where I had to be like, I'd have to like create a new script maybe, I'd have to check specific conditions, I would need to, I still have to do a little bit of item trading, but like being able to just go, oh yeah, you've done this and you've done that. That's very useful for me. I'm going to use this so much. I'm using it right now. All right. So no uses of the portraits. Does that, save that. So now, at the end of this, Walter needs an, I guess we need like an item handler or something. You interviewed at Unity. Wow, that's crazy. How did it go? Yeah. You're in tools development. There you go. Maybe you can take a leaf from my book. Okay. I hate all of this. All of this sucks. So I'm actually just going to go out on a limb and remove all of it. That's all gone. Instead, I'm going to have a condition behavior. And I'm going to say, if we have finished talking to Walter, we're going to have the finished first forge flag. When that is true, then now, I don't like this. I don't like this here. I would prefer to swap this with a condition, and maybe I can. Oh yeah, Sonny? Well, maybe you will. I'd really love to swap this with this, because then it would mean on condition give an item or take an item rather than on a quest flag being set to true. Maybe I would have to do a sweep through the whole game. It would mean I would have to sweep through every single item handler in every cutscene. Well, in every scene in the whole game, one by one, to find an instance of this thing. Alternatively, no, I'd really have to do that, I think. Am I prepared to break it to make it work? Where else do we have to trade an item? Well, here. Hang on. Let's save this for now. Walter does that in the first time you meet him. He gives you a bunch of items and stuff, which is ugly. It sucks. Mostly it sucks because it's all on one game object. I should really have them be on separate child objects. There's also a question here that's a little bit tough of like, these things should happen like in the moment on quest, on like quest change. Hey Ryan, welcome. Not just like, I think right now they're probably okay. They're, yeah, all right. In that case, let's not change it. Unless later down the track we've got a thing that can do this better. So instead, Walter has an item handler where finished first forge we are going to take the iron pauldron. Give, take, true, false. We're going to take 1 from Armin when we do that. That's all we need to do. Now, hang on a second. Okay, but first, let's see if we can quickly forge the thing. Yeah. Oh. he's gone. Okay. Let's see if we can do it properly. It's not cloth physics, it's a shader. It's a UV offset. Okay. So now we should be able to trigger this cutscene. Or not. Hello? Okay, back to here. What are we using? Are we using... Which save? No progress. Wait a second. Oh, because we've got to advance like the whole day forward to do that. Let's try that again. All right, so this, now the wrapper expects us to have met the old man. So let's go and set that to true. But not having met the guards. And then, damn it, wrong again. What? Oh, because I already didn't do it. Oh my gosh, this is complicated. I have to set up such a specific set of circumstances to test this without having to go and play the whole first part of the demo. Even with shortcuts. Okay, so now we haven't done any of that, but we have met the old man. So we can apply that to the game before we go into the next scene, and then we can go into the scene. They shouldn't be here, but anyway. Cool. Oh no, I don't have a sword. No. I can't do the quest as I don't have a sword. Adventure games. All right. This needs to be like that, right? Where they're just not in the scene until they're told to be. All right. The thing is, when this... Oh, I see. Hey, Ariatelos, welcome. It's not Blender, it's Unity. Yeah, so... Okay. Maybe I can set this up in such a way where I can just have us drop into this scene with Walter over here or something like that. I'll just copy him and paste him like over here, not inside of this, like that. Hey, Henry. What is Insignia about? It's a epic sort of colonial era fantasy game about an apprentice blacksmith named Armin, whose father went missing a year ago. And he is basically tasked with becoming the blacksmith, the town blacksmith. But action and drama kind of takes him into a completely different path very quickly within the story. So he doesn't want to talk to us. Why doesn't he want to talk to us? He has a prompt. He has a sequence player. I want to plug the prompt into the sequence player, and then I might be able to do something. Nope. I've got an even better way of handling this. Excuse me, buddy. You're coming with me. I'll put you right there. Now you can watch me do it. And I'll plug the prompt right in there. Can I talk to you? Nope. What if I make the prompt active? Should be able to now. Hello? Hello? What the heck, man? Well, he doesn't want to talk to me anyway because I haven't spoken to him outside yet. Okay. Cool. That's good. Now we make it. Bing, bing, bing. Now, okay, Armin puts it on. Sure. Whatever. Now we talk to you. Yeah, that's no good. That's no good. I wonder which of the conditions didn't get passed there. Because we have the pauldron in the inventory. If I check here. Wait, I don't have the pauldron? Huh? Hang on, what? Well, it's in our designs checked off as completed. So it's known, that's for sure. Otherwise it wouldn't have that tick on it. But do we really not have it in the inventory? Let's have a look. This is, where is this? This is like game data. it's gear, gear, inventory, accessory, equipment. Hey, Fallen Knight, I'm doing well. So I add to the accessory inventory. When we create an accessory, but even there should be add to inventory, right? Some item. If the item is an accessory, it gets added to the accessory inventory. Okay, so it never actually goes into the regular item inventory. Just like the typical normal one. It doesn't go in. Yeah, it gets cancelled. So this item check, when we go into quest item handler, this exchange item from inventories, or no, it's actually the condition. Condition behavior has an expression with an operand of type item. And when we check the item, we're checking the inventory, but that's not what we want to check. We want to check specifically the correct inventory. So this isn't the correct test. It's check inventory. Okay, now we should have game system.data should have a has inventory or in check inventory dot. We need to find the members here. I actually don't know an easy way of doing that. How do I check all the functions in a class? Not this year, Fallen Knight. Find item in inventory. Oh, check item. This is mostly what I want. Wow, that was easy. Cool. Cool. Okay, I found it. So it's return game system dot data dot check item. That's literally it. Chat is quiet today. Hey, Super Chew. Thanks, Fallen Knight. Yeah, that's much better. Okay, so now let's see if this works. Which it should do. Oh, thank you, Fallen Knight. I appreciate it. Yeah. Okay. So now we know how to make an iron pauldron. We talk to this guy. We get the ingredients, the components. We come over here, we make it. Bing, bing, bing. Go over here. I'm going to go ahead and equip the pauldron right after this, because I think we're going to have to unequip it, technically. So when I go over here and I talk to you, yes. So now the check passed, because now it checks for the accessory correctly. Quest complete. Huzzah. But I bet I've still got it on. Yeah. That's a problem. That's a problem. So it's not in the list of things that we can put on, but it's in the list of things that we've got on. So remove. So the problem is that we aren't unequipping when we remove it from the inventory. Just like that. Cool. Hey, tree leaf. So the problem was that the list of things that are equipped is different from the list of things that you have, that you can equip. And I wasn't removing from the right one. If I remove from the list of things that you have, I have to remove from the list of things that are equipped. So this is just the tutorial, and it happens to be putting a sword there because it's designed to only have one thing in the inventory, which is fine. So I put this on. So now I've got the pauldron. When I talk to him and he takes the pauldron off me from my inventory, he should also take it off Armin. Gone. Perfect. Perfect. So now I've been thinking, and again, this is probably something that maybe, actually what I'll do is I'll put this here. We've got 36 minutes to add to do this thing that I think I might want. And this task is, the task is that I want an item lost memo in the log. I'm going to take a break before I do this. I'd really love to do this. I have to micromanage it. I have to. If I don't, chat criticizes me from working on one thing for too long. But it's true. I've got too many tasks, unfortunately. These things all have to pass through here in a specific order. And if I don't do that correctly, then people end up, I lose weeks of my life of opportunity, because it's like there are certain tasks that depend on being done so that I could submit the demo to publishers, and then I can't get the game published. I can't get a publishing contract signed unless I've sent the game to them. And then if I don't have the money from a publishing contract, I can't hire my team to help me work on chapters 2, 3, 4, and 5. So like my team members are waiting on me to successfully get funding for the game, which is waiting on me finishing the demo, which is waiting on me doing a certain set of tasks here. And if I don't have it written down like that, I'll end up working on whatever. I'll just end up working on a bunch of different stuff that feels important, but isn't necessarily stopping me. And there's like months of work that I could put into this. Months of stuff that isn't necessary for the project to move its next step forward. But it's still important, still fun to watch, fun to write, but not actually blocking. So I have to pass everything through here to validate it first, including this thing that I'm just about to talk about. But I think this is, it's reasonably important. Let's do it. Let's think about this. I'll put this where it needs to go. So this is of medium importance, maybe even low importance. Low, and I'll try to get to it, which means this is a quality of life feature that goes underneath these two. Well, this I would say is of lower importance then compared to that. Unlock modal is important. This is about the same as that. It's not unvalidated. This should also be a try and get to it. I would put this higher than that. Okay. I know, not sketched. I'm the same. It's like, if you want me to do a task, tell me to do a different task and I'll do that one. That's what happens in my brain. Every day I have to trick myself into doing tasks that I need to do by pretending that they are an escape from some other task that I also need to do that's scarier. That's how I get through life. Like I have to have something that's even scarier than this task to make this doable every time. See ya, Fallen Knight. Because if it's real work that I don't want to do, I can't. I fail. Is organizing the calendar one of those easy tasks? That's necessary. If I don't organize it, then I can't read it properly and I get overwhelmed. Hey, Bit by Bit James, welcome. So, Orenstead Town chest contents. Is this the most important thing? I feel like those side quests are more important than this, but I'll check these anyway. Basically what this is, actually no, I'll take a break first. I need to take a break and then I'll come back and do this. Okay? Welcome, welcome, thank you. Why no video clip in your game at Steam? That's a trailer that's going there and it's coming. Maybe. The trailer has been sent to me. Well, today will be sent to me. And then I need to populate it with proper gameplay. And then soundtrack coming in over the top. You're lucky that there even is a Steam page right now. But be patient. There will be a video. In the meantime, you have to deal with the GIFs. Surely that's good enough. All right, so let's commit what we were just doing. No, I didn't finish it. I need to move him out of the way. How do I do this? I think it's fine as it is. If I copy this, delete him from here. Let's copy. I'll delete him after. And put him where he needs to go in the next scene. So he is Walter, which is, I have to take this, remove this toggle. I have to take this, put this in there, and then I need an item handler that takes an iron pauldron from you if you finish first forge quest. Okay, that should be correct. How do I test it? I have to play the game. I have to literally walk through the whole game to do it. I don't think there's an easier way to more efficiently test. I can do what I did before. I can try to well, I still need the blade. Maybe what I can do is set up a progress where I have combat, but nothing else. Maybe that's what I need. Okay, so we have a sword. Nice. Oh, hey. Oh, thanks. Yeah, Thomas is great. He's going to put on the sword, even though he's supposed to be putting on the pauldron. Actually, we need the sword on right now. Then we leave. Then we go over here and we say that we've done all this stuff so that we can have met the old man, so that we can trigger this cutscene. Good. Okay. We do this. We have a sword. Nice. Okay, don't know why that broke, but let's just move on with it. Good. Okay, now we put the pauldron on, just in case someone's inclined to try that. Can we talk to you? Damn it! Why can't we talk to you? Walter has the prompt. The prompt is disabled. It shouldn't be. Let's turn it on. Okay. Now we talk to you. Nice. Good. We can solve the quest. We can put the sword on. Okay. So as long as the prompt gets enabled, that should be doable by anybody during gameplay, no problem. As long as this is enabled, that should be just fine. Hi, Kratesh. You a perfectionist, are you? You should not think other people that they have the capability more than you because they are not, or they are worse, maybe. Just a tip. I mean, I am perfectionist, but I don't know what that means. I don't know what you mean, is what I'm trying to say. Okay, so this can go. Save that. We're good now. I can push that. Okay, so updates Walter's pauldron quest. Fixed. Push that. Push that. Hey! Drowwood, thank you so much for the follow. I think I got that right. It's still in the game. It is. Okay. So that's all good. And this task is now done. It's 3:46. We're right here. Let's take a quick break for like another 10 minutes and I'll come back and then I'll start doing these things here, which might require us to do some sprites because I think we've run out of items. There's like 50 items in the game and I think we don't have enough in the demo for all of the chests and quests and stuff like that. So let's put the music back on and I'm going to take a break. I'll be back in a bit. See ya. Yeah, the forging minigames. They may not make it back in. I put a lot of time into those, and I was really excited about what they would mean for the game at the time. So many plans to like extend them a little bit and have different things that you craft, require different mini games, and go for like full cooking mama on it. And the more I worked on them, the more it felt like it's a fine line between like something that gives you a break from the game and something that is a distraction from the game. And I think after doing like 2 or 3 of those prototypes, I was just like, this isn't in the emotional sphere that I want the player to be in. I don't think I want the player to do this to break the flow. So now all the crafting takes place, you know, it's very fast. It's quick, but it has the same punchiness as those mini games. So something that's fun is good. It doesn't need to be a challenge. It just needs to be a reward for the item discovery that you did to get there in the first place. Okay. So 3 chests, rooftop, butcher, tavern. What's in them? A wooden pommel. I mean, sure. An iron short blade. Okay. And an iron handle. I mean, none of those things are things you can use, unfortunately. It would be nicer if those things were items that were more useful. I would like one of them, maybe this one, to be some food. I think cheese. I think it can be a block of cheese. Long term, it would be nicer if it was something more important than that. More related. Like, it just needs to be something like more, what's the word? Relevant. But I guess that's cleared. That's it. I don't have anything else to do there. All right, what else? Validate all slides in Orenstead Burns cutscene. Oof, that's a doozy. Okay, I'll do it. Let's do a quick. Hello? Cool. This game is coming out as soon as it's coming out about 2 years after we get some funding. In reality. And I don't have some funding yet, so please wishlist the game so that we can get it out sooner. We're waiting on the next round. I gotta finish this demo so I can get into some conversations with the publishers so we can get some funding so we can keep working on it. All right. This is minor spoiler territory for those of you who are interested in the story for chapter 1. So if you don't like spoilers, I'm sorry. Now, what's the problem here? Pixel Perfect is trying to do something. The sprite renderer exists. There's the sprite. What's the problem with it? Doesn't like that at all. Because there's no pixels per unit. Oh my gosh. Fixed. Okay. Now, was that facing the wrong way? Always facing the wrong way, these things. I really want to be able to make this be like this generally so that I can figure out what to do with it. So that's -1 and that's correctly, and then that's -1. If I revert that, then that becomes correct. And then I can go over here and then I can shift this over that way. It's just that it needs to revert back to the original sprite. Let's try that. Basically what I'm trying to do here is I want it, there we go. I'm trying to make it so that when I'm in editor mode, I can see whether it's facing the correct way or not. And then when I'm in runtime mode, it's fine, it's normal. Okay. So, spoiler territory incoming. There is a cutscene here where we see a bunch of things happening. This cutscene probably needs to be like, this whole thing probably should be a prefab. Okay, then I can show up here and I can play around with it and do what I want, and it's no big deal. So the ground here needs to be R instead. I'll just go get it, won't I? I probably could just copy the entire scene if I wanted. So take this, and then I guess also these. and then paste them. Oh gosh. Don't tell anyone. It's a secret. It's a secret just for us. You don't have to know about that. It's just a little secret. It's not a big secret. I mean, if you've played the demo in the last 5 years, you'll know. Oh, it's gone. Hang on. Why'd that happen? It's right there. Where did you go? Oh, did it get parallaxed away? No. Why can't it be visible in this scene? What the heck? Oh, they are very far away, that's why. Well, these should be essentially 0. And these 3 need to be... What the fuck? What just happened? Whoa. So slippery. Why? What the heck? Okay, they need to be all 0. What the heck was that? Okay, this is foreground. That's going to go like there. This is background. That's going to go there. And then this is background 2, which I think is further back even. Like that, maybe? Yeah, this is chapter 1. It's not a major spoiler. It's a... It'll be... Well, I mean... There we go. Cool. So now I'm working on this. I'm using Unity 2022.3.6 feature pack 1. So 2022.3, that's the version. So this timeline is here. It's quite a big one. And then Harriet on this one here, the pin location's on the bottom. That's considered the bottom? It's not very low. Could be lower. I'm going to make it go lower. So bottom row, middle is what we're looking at here. And the anchor is right there. Yeah, it could be lower. Could be lower. The whole bottom row could be a fair bit lower. And it's not, it's like the top row can't be because this is anchored to the, it's anchored to the bottom of the anchor. So this should be like down here. Even lower, I would say. There. 1.2. Hey, Katane? All right. That's very good. That's perfect. I updated a lot of the artwork here. This used to be really scary to look at. Armin did not look good. Now he looks a bit more normal. But it's interesting what we can and what we can't see. We can't see the top of his hair. But this is fine. It looks good. This should be facing the other way, I think. This should be the other way. How will it know which way to do that? So let's do note-taking here while we're... So, Harriet... portrait, anchored. Harriet portrait indoor. Burning. Okay. Burning cutscene. Door dialogue. Facing wrong way. That's enough keywords. I'll figure out what that means. Okay. Actually, Super Chew, most of the time I feel disgust. Okay, so she really does need to be flipped. And also, her dialogue goes outside of the text. Harriet... hair forward, portrait goes outside frame into text. This is new as well. The wall bounce. Oh shit. That was really bad read on my part. Okay. Cool. Okay. Well, you can't see all this stuff. That's too much. At a certain point, it's a bit spoilers. All right. Can't show you everything. You want to see what villains and all that kind of stuff? You can't see that yet. All right. So that wasn't too bad. That wasn't too bad. So, I mean, I want to see Armin turning away. Revision. I think that could be a bit better. Armin running is tough. it's not that well directed, the cutscene. It's not that good, but it's not bad either. I think maybe that should just be something that maybe like publishers will look at and they'll think this is somewhere we could invest more energy. You know, if we give some budget, maybe we can get a bit more in this. Because I'd love for that to have been an animated cutscene, you know, rather than what I just showed. I'd love for that to have been like a 30-second or like a 15, like a 10-second animation. Something between like an anime scene with like just a little bit of action to kick off the boss fight. Anyway, so this is probably the biggest. These aren't that important. These are more important. But then it's Harriet desk. Okay. So which of these is the most important? Harriet portrait and burning cutscene. This one's the most important because it's broken. And this one, I would say. Okay. So we're going to do them in this order. That's what this is. This is this. So these two have to be low priority. This is medium because I've already started it. These have to happen right now. Okay. Play the music again. So this is Harriet's portrait. I want to do the hair first. That's more important. Portraits 2. I think I've made her a little bit too... This here, this frame, her makeup's too heavy. It looks a little bit blocky too. It's not quite right. That's okay. Maybe this is a little bright. Better. And then this shot. Oh, that's actually pretty good. I don't mind that. That's okay. It's just that her hair crossed over into the dialogue, which I didn't like. I think it might actually be more to do with... I have a feeling this isn't anything to do with the portrait. I think this is more to do with the pivot point on the asset. They're all dead center. I think they should be forward. I think Armin portraits... His portraits... Oh, not those ones. Those are the middle ones. These ones are pivoted all the way back here. Actually, do you know what? I think the pivot might not matter. Now that I think about it. I'm pretty sure the pivot's irrelevant. But I wish it wasn't. I'd like for the pivot to mean something. Because I would pivot all of these at 0.75. On the x-axis. I'm pretty sure these are 128 by 128, and then I pivot them center, apply that. I don't think that should make a difference right now, but it ought to later. That's lots of space. But that's perfect. He's dead on. Well, no, he looks a little off. No, that's good. It's perfect. And she looks perfect too, for the most part. It's just, I think from here, if the text is going to be like here, she creeps into it there, which is no good, especially with an extra line of pixels for the outline. So yeah, we're going to work on that. Even more. Whatever. What is it? 128, which divides. So like 0.75 would be okay. But that's too far forward now. What's the you can't divide 128 by 3. Is that right? Oh, right. There you go. Well, I would like for it to be based on pixels, and I'd like for the X to be like 90, or not 90. 80? I think I'm just going to do that. Oh, 0.625, that's okay. 3 decimal places is okay. All right. So now we've got to do something on the floating dialogue to make this work. So right now it just places an asset. And I think that the image needs to then be offset by the pivot point. Because Unity images don't care about pivots at all. They don't know about them, they don't care about them. Sprite renderers do, but images don't. Image being UI image. So this canvas bookmark, I think, is the thing that has the image. Canvas bookmark is so outdated. It doesn't mean anything anymore. But nonetheless, it still exists. Yeah. So thankfully, it's on a different transform, which means we probably could shift it wherever we wanted. Let me change this to portrait. Portrait container. Still good. Okay. Okay. So this gives us that. And then, I mean, I suppose it would be nice to be able to set the offset here. How often do we assign character? Whenever we focus portrait. Yeah, whenever we do show renderer. Nope. How often do we focus portrait? Set up portrait. That seems useful. Okay. Oh, also, there's an issue that I've got. This, like, dash. Yeah, this needs to probably be more like a colon. Right now, having it be in the same text box, like the word almond here with a dash, I think people keep thinking that it's something that it's not. Now I've got the colon. I think colon's probably better. Maybe it needs to not have the space behind it. Yeah. People were saying I could sit it just above. Like, worst case, I can do that. I could even have Armin's name here underneath the character. We could do that. Not sure. Cool. So what was I doing? Portraits. I wanted to offset them. I think that I had it in an okay spot. I think maybe here. Or it could even be here. I'm a bit annoyed at Copilot right now. Stop it. So, we need to move the image for the portrait container according to its pivot. Now, does this get called anywhere else? Uh-huh, right here. Okay. I learned code. I learned the basics of code at uni, or even high school before that, a little bit, and I kind of taught myself the rest. Oh, okay. Why don't we just say rect transform? Is that not a thing that you can just do? I thought that was. Wow, okay. Okay, so now actually this is portrait transform, and that explains a lot more. Okay. So we're already sort of in the mix doing this. Let's rename it even smaller. P-trans? So we need to move its local position to some number. Let's have a look and see what, in normal dialogue, what that value actually is. So, looking at our floating dialogue, it happens to have a portrait. The portrait has a local position of 6. I can move it without anything bad happening. So it's getting set exactly once. And this anchored position, the position of the pivot of this rect transform relative to the anchor reference point. That's interesting. So actually it's this value that we want. It's right here. No, I mean, it's a super easy thing to build. You can build it in. It's like one line of code. You just need to check on mouse click. You just need something that checks for on mouse click, and then based on the screen to world position, set the character's transform position to that position. It's probably one of the easiest things you can do. I'll give you the code for it. There you go. That's the code. Just put that somewhere. Put it on your character. All right. So the anchored position equals the portrait offset X times facing. Portrait offset X, what does that get set to? That's like some internal portrait offset. But now we want to add this is the pivot offset. All right, well, let's see what that gives us. It's the actual pixels that the thing is offset by. So we actually could really easily just say so first of all, it's vector to final flipped portrait offset equals this. It's not even that. It's not even that. It's literally facing here. How many times do we use that? Yeah. It's facing vector equals new vector 3. Let's make it a vector 2 if we can. And then it's this one. Remove this. Call this facing vector. And then it's portrait offset times facing vector plus pivot offset. Now, that should cause problems. Nothing will be right. But if we subtract half from this, it'll be correct. So it's pivot offset minus s dot texture rect dot size divided by 2f. Cool. Now, this I think needs to be subtract. Well, that doesn't seem right. What's the size? 128, 128, 128, 128. What? Why is dividing the size by 2 giving us these awkward numbers like 46.96 and 56.96? How is that? What? How is this possible? How is dividing size by 2 giving us such a weird number? 128, there should be 64 and 64. Instead it's 46.96. Excuse me? The hell are you talking about? Yeah, just divide it by 2. Oh, hers is 64. Armand's is some random number. Why? It's 128 by 128. It's actually exactly the same. Unless texture rect is giving me something weird. $46 is $64 now. I think this gives an inconsistent number. What does this give us? 64, 64. Okay, okay. So 64 is the number that we want. And if we take this and subtract that from it, then we get 17 pixels for Armin. But that doesn't make sense either, because his pivot should be like it's wrong again. Oh wait, rect. Let's try again. Okay, boom, boom. Hey, that's perfect. Yeah, that's what I want. Sick. Now, is that everywhere? I think so. Don't know what these null references are, but don't worry about it. Let's see if she leans forward. Nice! It offset correctly. Hell yeah. Awesome. That was a great fix. Surgical. And let's not check anywhere else in the game. Hola. Okay, we should just check a couple characters just in case it ruined everything. Hello. Hello. She's good. That'll do, I'm sure. Oh, I love being able to fix things. So that's that task out of the way. Boom, done. It actually took us a bit longer than I had hoped, because that took us all the way to here. Harriet portrait in burning cutscene. Door dialogue facing the wrong way. I see. Yeah, this is an interesting one. What's happening here is in this sequence here, the dialogue is considered on the bottom. Harriet's character is facing -1, so we should always use this number to determine which way to flip the dialogue. Now, I don't know that it's going to do that, so let's look at the sequence player. Okay. So Whoa. All right. So this flip, we need to somewhere determine whether we flip left or right. I'm guessing it's this. But this is just the position. It's not flipping left or right. Set up portrait, set character name, set text. Okay, all right. So then it's in floating dialogue. Flip. Facing vector is based on target lossy scale. Okay. If target is not null. Okay. How do we know if we're supposed to face right or not? I mean, it's not only wrong, it's obsolete. Oh. But then, when I'm here, am I even using left, right? Nope. Okay, so it looks like I should remove this because it's just causing problems. Look at all of these empty overrides. This is a sign of good programming. Look at all these areas where I'm not using this variable. Now, this is the one area where I'm a little concerned because I won't have that anymore after this. And then I'm just going to say if true. We're not even going to touch that. I know what this is. Well, you know what? A better way to do this would be to do not override. And then just do this. And then we're fine. God, what is this? I don't even think we needed this ever. These copy-pasted classes, Adam. What's wrong with you, bro? 2019 Adam. What were you thinking? I was learning by doing. Correct. That's exactly what I was doing. You were saying that you taught yourself, but how did you go about learning the rest? You're watching it. You're watching the effects of me learning the rest that way. I basically just went, I can do this, and then just assumed that I knew what I was doing the whole time, or like just gave it my best shot. And then if something worked, move on. If it doesn't work, keep fixing it until it works. And then eventually it was like, well, enough of this works that I can play it. And then it's just been a constant process of getting naturally better at programming while looking back at the old code and going, I should have done that there. Oh, I should have done that there. Oh, this is way better if I do this. So that's how I learned. All right. So floating dialogue, flip happens exactly here. Facing vector, which gets taken from what? Target. If target is not null, how does target get set? Target equals what? Here. Set target. Now I'm imagining that this on our dialogue engine sets the target. It's because of set position. And I'm imagining that set position sometimes gets set to an actor that is just a pivot point. That's my guess. So I'm going to go to dialogue, clip behavior, and I'm going to check set target, and there it is. All right. So the issue here is that those pin presets that I've got, these dialogue anchors. So what it is just a grid of 9 dots, just 9. Look at this. Top row, middle row, bottom row. That's all it is. And those are the positions of where the dialogue needs to go, which I can preset when a character is off screen. So when a character isn't around, I can just go, oh, just make this dialogue show up in the bottom of the screen or the left of the screen. It can try to put it nearest to where the character is, but in this instance, the characters are here and the cutscene is taking place all the way down here. So what it would try to do is put the dialogue portrait up at the top of if this is the camera, it's trying to put it up here because they're up there technically. So instead I need to give it a preset and just say, hey, it's going to go here because that's what I want you to do. But the problem then becomes, I either then have to choose one of two things, which I haven't decided yet. I have to either hard code the facing direction. So when Harriet here says pin location bottom, she says, in this case, she says, I'm not risking the greatest record of our entire civilization for your sake. But when she says that here, her portrait needs to be here, facing to the left. I can force that here, maybe with a Boolean, or not. I don't know yet. Yeah, the alternative would just be to, in this situation, the alternative is to always be faithful to the characters who are being spoken, like the orientation of the characters as they are standing in the scene, which is the reasoning I would use as to why I would put her on the right here, because she's technically in front of Armin in their pixel art representations where you left them. So in that sense, I think I should use that where I can. This would still be something where I should be careful of what if the character's not even in the scene and it's like someone talking from beyond, maybe someone's remembering something somebody said. I can't use that in this instance. I need an override here. So in that sense, in that respect, how much time do I have here? Until 5 past, so I've got 10 minutes to solve this. I'm thinking that I should try to just use the character's orientation. Now, the issue here is that I'm just using a transform. So when we set the target to the pin, that pin location has an orientation, has a local scale that it is what it is. We're not going to be able to figure it out or change it here. But I'm relying on this down the track, because all the way down here, this transform figures out based on that target based on where is it? This. Based on this, it's going to figure out which way to go. There's really not a better way to do it. The challenge is that the target, this is just a transform, yeah? It's not a transform that's guaranteed to have any characters on it. It's not anything. So the question is, how would I ever know which way the character is facing? I haven't been given the character. I've been given some random transform. Seems like hard coding is the only way at this point. All right, well, let's do it. We'll hard code it. Not hard code it. We'll set up an inspector a variable. What the heck is this? Whatever, dude. Wait, pin location is a screen location. But we've been given a transform here, which could be null. I see. We expect it to be null. We just try to resolve it and see what happens. That's a bit weird. It's a bit ugly, Adam. But anyway. The problem is this is going to change stuff that's in the game that's like... Oh, did I just turn my light off? Oops. This is going to change stuff permanently, like in the engine, for the runtime of the game when I do that. Which is really not amazing. It's really bad. Terrible, even. Maybe we just have to send the flip along with set target. Maybe we just have to do it. I don't think I have any other. It just breaks everything else in the game. I think I just got to do it. I don't want to have to modify the transform of something that's global. Set target determines the position, or determines the transform. It's the reference to the transform of the thing that the dialogue is being pinned to. So if a character is running around, the dialogue can stay above them because it knows where their transform is. But whether or not to flip left or right, normally I would have that be determined based on, like, here on dialogue engine, when I set target to the actor, this needs to go based on, well, I now have set position up here, which needs an extra Boolean. And then the problem is that, like, well, for the most part, this is just going to be transform.local_scale.x is greater than equal to 0, is less than 0. That's all that needs to be. Wait a second. I think I just got confused for a sec. Okay. It's not, it's really not great. It's really not great. Because it also means that then if a character turns around mid cutscene, it's not going to use their, it's not going to update. Because I'm sending a data type, not a reference type. Like that Boolean. It almost needs to be like a coroutine that I send, and it's either left or right, or it's the local scale of the thing. In like a little link style, reflection based, not reflection, like a link style coroutine where I do like this X, something like whatever that is. Or I'm like, that's your thing all the time. So anyway. Is there something that updates every time the characters flip? Well, no, not until right now. I think I need like one more variable here. Maybe it's like this. Mm-hmm. Ugh. It's quite a lot. A lot of things got to update now. A bit annoying. Wait a second, I'm getting messages. It's not nice that I have to use 3 parameters, but it's the only way to guarantee that I get what I want. So, did not expect this to take so long. When we set target, Okay, good. And then all the way over on this thing, we say false and then face left right. Oh my gosh, what a mind job. That was just so tedious. So now, so that we can hard code it, we got to go to the timeline and go to the cutscene. And then on these lines here where she says, I'm not risking, that faces left. Here she says, you're not going anywhere, that's left. So even this, count yourself lucky, that's a face left. In fact, all of her lines should be facing left. That's a face left. That's a face left. I don't like having to do this, but let's see it. No, I still haven't done the right thing yet. Floating dialogue needs to know what it's doing with these parameters. Okay. Okay. All right. Oh my God. It is Unity, yes. Don't worry about whale time. All right. Use of unassigned local variables should face left. Hello? Okay, good, 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 good. Thank you so much. Nice. She's facing correct way. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. No, she's facing right. Okay. Damn it. Oh, and this isn't working anymore. What? But it's worse than it was before. We actually went backwards, chat. I mean, I know what this is going to do. Wait, that's true. That's the face left. Oh, I must have missed something then. Oh, hang on a sec. Prompt position? Portrait container.sprite.transform.local scale equals facing vector. But then if should face left was true, then this should be -1. How come we got the right answer, but we got the wrong outcome? How's that possible? Is it this? It should be the sign of the facing vector, I think. Wait. The anchor gets clamped from -1 to 0. What the heck? I don't know what that means. What? Why would I clamp that way? What the heck? And then it's negative that number. What the fuck? So is it just clamping between 0 and 1? What does that even mean? What the hell? What the hey? What actually could this possibly be? The thing is, it's so close to working. If I touch anything, it's gonna break it. All right. I forget what anchor min and anchor max does. Anchor min and max are the same outcome. We want them both to be the same number, I guess. I don't know why we want that. This, everywhere that we have target.lossy scale, that's got to be facing vector. I'm sure of it. I just feel like the lossy scale also handles the size So let's just log that. I just want to see what it is before I go replacing it. So right now it's just flipping between 1 and -1. That's perfect. That's fine. As long as I wasn't using it to encode other scales, like right now the pixel scale of the scene is different from the pixel scale of the dialogue. So as long as that's not an issue, as long as these numbers stay as 1 or -1 or whatever, then it's fine. So here, it's true that we're supposed to flip, but the number is still 1 because we're not using the right thing. So in this place, in this position, all we have to do is take facing vector and pass that here instead of lossy scale. And I'm pretty sure that's good enough. You know what? I should have just left that cutscene running. All right, let's see what happens. Okay. All right. Nice. Except the dialogue's not flipping, but the portrait is. Cool. So where else do we use local scale? Text offsets. Scale, offset, target.lossy scale. Yeah, okay. So I'm going to need something here that's a bit stronger because we're using the same variable calculation across a few different functions here. So instead, we're going to take this little thing and bring it out into its own thing. So public vector to, or 3, let's make it 2, get facing vector. And then we take all of this, go here, and then we return that. Whatever. So that's that. And then back over with our set text. It's here that we want to do this. So we could just say get facing vector. And I think if I'm really lucky, That will work. Please, please, please. Prove that I'm right. Please, please, please. Don't bring me to tears when I just fixed my code. So nice. Hey, we did it. See, we just needed Sabrina. Amazing. We did it. We did it, chat. All right, I can push that now. So adds support for flipped portraits in dialogue clip behavior. We weren't brought to tears. Success was had by all. All right. Good, 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 good. So the next thing is, it's now 5:30. Damn it, that's the time that we had to fix all of this stuff. Harriet desk. There's a sprite here that we can do. Where are we? Orinstead burns 2. Nope. Turn to Athenian door. Harriet Castile. Harriet. I don't know what it's called, but let me go find it. It's Orinstead. These are the slides, I think. Burning cutscene. Slides. Shock. Turn the door. Harriet cast. Slam. Nope. Turn to door. What the heck, man? Face off. Door closing. Arm and run. Harriet cast. What? Where is the one that it is? Where's the slide that I'm looking for? Is it shock? It's not that. It's not Harriet face off. It is called Harriet face off. Damn, that should be called Harriet desk for sure. Like, no doubt. Wait a second. Okay, but that's not what I worked on today. Yesterday. This is Harriet desk, but that's that's the desk. Arm and Harriet face off. Ah, there we go. Okay. Why should I buy Insignia instead of the other million platformers on Steam? Because it's not really a platformer. I mean, like, I wouldn't play it if you were looking just to do some platforming. It's not like it's like, I mean, it depends on what you like. Because you will like it would be my obvious answer, but it depends on what you like. I know what I want her to look like. And I just find I can't always get her there. I like platformers and Metroidvania type games, but also story heavy games. But like, you're describing exactly what Insignia is. So why wouldn't you just get it? because it's what you like. Like, is this really a question that you have to deal with in your day to day? Like, is there really a game that you might really want to play, but you can't play it because there's like other games that you would want to play more? Don't you just play the games that you want to play when they come out? Like, I have the problem I have is that there aren't many good games. Most of them are bad. Like, so few games meet my standards. I just sit there waiting for like months and months. Sometimes like 8-9 months goes by and I'm just waiting for a game to come out that people say, "Oh, you should play this game. It's really good." In the meantime, I'm just sitting there. Because you're broke. Well, that's a different question. I can't always necessarily help you there. I mean, if you wanted, genuinely though, if that's an actual issue, I'll give you a free key when the game comes out. That's no problem. Like, if you're watching this stream right now and you literally cannot afford the game, I'll just give you a key. I think her features are too big. No, she's changed too much now. God, her eye was so big though. It was so big. Bro. Does this demand a whole redo? What the heck? It was way too big before. I know what I was trying to do and it was cool, but it wasn't working. I'm trying to change the angle of the lens here because it's too wide. It was too wide before. Like an extreme close-up, ultra-wide camera angle. Almost like fisheye. I mean, this asset is massive. This is like 960 by 960. They're not always like that. That's looking better. That's not looking good. It's so funny how like one little thing changes everything. Her head's just like not even close to being where it needs to be. I like it forward like that though, framing her face a bit more. This, however, needs to be back there. That's looking a lot more like what I think she should look like. I still probably need to bring the hair in though. It's tough. I just don't know what happened. I think I just like almost, she looks, I know who this is. This looks like Kat Dennings in friggin' Raise Your Voice or whatever it is with Hilary Duff. But that's not what, maybe, I think it's the lighting. It's so hard to get the depth right. And also like the way she's positioned is kind of wrong. Like right now, if Armin's here, this shoulder should probably be more forward and this one should be more back. This should be like way, way back there. And in fact, all of this is just making it a bit complicated. I might just merge everything down. It's hard to sort of track what's what. Oh, that's cool. What was that hat doing there? How many layers we got? A few. More than that. More than a couple. I actually know that I could freehand this better today than when I started this. That's the sad part, is that like I could probably just freehand this from scratch and do a better job. But we're okay, we're okay, we're okay. So this just needs to be dead in front, and then everything else can be basically merged. Except for the glasses too, those stay. So everything else is like control, I think it's control shift M, 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 M. And then now that's all just there. I might just move this behind as well. Screw it, I'll figure it out. I know destructive work like that is really not advisable. Even I wouldn't advise to do what I just did. At the same time, I trust myself here. Yeah, I mean, it's really confusing what to do with that. It's just that shade. It's just such a contrast. It doesn't really work that way. The simpler thing to do would just be draw the rest of her face out with the light texture, and then just go from here and here, and then just lighten this up where the neck would be. And then just like not worry about it. Like that's better. This is the other thing. Like, you know, you can try to get really creative with lighting and stuff, and then like if it's hurting your image, just ignore it. Like, just don't do that. Just break the lighting. You know, I know it's not right, but I don't have the time to get it right the way that I would want. So what are my options here, you know? That's nice and dramatic anyway. If you just pick a more simple lighting shape, you'll be saving yourself energy anyway. Mm-hmm. Also, I think maybe this should be a little more like this. Oh, that's like so much better in that little moment. What the heck? Bring this down a little. Yeah, man. What the hell? What was I doing? Far out. That is just so much better than where it was before. Now the problem is that she was much more anime in the other shots, and I've made her more realistic here in terms of her proportions. So do I go back to anime? Like these characters here, these portraits, look at the proportions. Like her eye is huge here, whereas here it's kind of more real. I almost feel like it's better to make it more real for these ones. I think there's almost like a implication that like this is like there are actors, you know, whereas these are like renderings in a way, you know. It's like this is what would be, you know, if we had the resolution, we would make them look like this one all the time. But since we have to draw them sometimes, we give them a more chibi look just to spark the imagination or whatever. Just to express what we're trying to do. Or is that just a cope that my style is inconsistent? Also, this cat eye is not quite right. So this needs to come up there. This needs to come down here. This can come over here. Start coming in. But also, when you draw an eyeball like this, from this perspective, you would actually see more of it on this side if she's looking that way. Because eyes are concave, right? If this is your eyeball and this is your iris, the pupil is here and it's out like this. This is in. So this pupil should be on this side, closer to this edge of the iris. If you make it look on that side, then it looks like it's popping out. Not that I'm doing an excellent job or anything, but, you know, we're getting there. That's already much better. It doesn't matter what people say. Okay. Because you know what? They actually are green and I need to change them. I retconned it. I changed them at some point to make them green. Because she is technically from the same place that Armin's mother is from, and her eyes are green. Wait a second. Yes. Wait a second. Let me confirm that. I'm actually not 100% sure. Her eyes are blue. Ooh. I like Harriet's eyes as green though. This is hard. This is really not hard, not easy. I'm gonna go green then. She is still from that same place. She's from the same place as Armin's mum, but it doesn't matter. She gets green eyes. It's better. It's way better. They also need to be like lower. But then this color needs to be like as dark as you can get. And then this light is actually coming from literally directly below because it's the desk. I find it's always, for some reason, much better to just darken out the top part of the eye. Like right, Carmen San Diego for sure. Like this part of the eyeball here, I always make it darker. I don't know why it works, but if you draw someone's eye, like this, and then this, you can make this look totally normal if you just do that. That's like a normal person's. As soon as this touches that, everything's okay again. But if you don't have that, now it looks like they're staring at you really weirdly. Have to go like this. Like you just have to hood that little part there because it's saying that there's like an eyebrow here that's shading out the iris so that it doesn't pick up as much light. It's really weird. Because in real life, that's not what it is. In real life, you can see someone's whole iris. It's just that like, I guess people with like really, really blue eyes are the only ones that look really weird. Like if you have like piercing blue eyes, then I think it's strange to look at. I don't know. I don't know what it's from. I just noticed that when I draw character portraits, I always have to darken the top of the iris. Otherwise, I look at it and I get uncanny valley vibes. Actually, looking at this now, I think I kind of wanted her looking more up at Armin. So it's not that this is all fine, it's just it needs to be higher. Like he's standing over the desk, she's looking down. So that's pretty good. Not quite. Just a bit off in the wrong direction. Also, she's a little bit cross-eyed. Well, at that point now we have to sort of do... I think we're in passable territory at this point. I think we just gotta move on. Maybe one more pixel up. That'll do. How would you darken the transparent checkered background? Oh, I just put a layer behind it and I make it semi-transparent. She looks good here. She's looking very beautiful. But I'm thinking maybe wider cheeks. Her face shape's just a bit different. Not that wide. I think it needs to be maybe just up here. I think I'm going to have to not let this stream go too long, pals. I think higher cheekbones a little bit. And then maybe bring this in a little. There's something not quite right. It's not quite even. I think it's this eye that's maybe a little too high again. It's the brow line. If you look at this line here, going that way, that's got to go this, like that, that is probably what I would want to see. So then I need to bring this down a couple pixels, and this maybe even up one. But then also rotate some of this stuff so that's a bit more. Maybe I just don't worry about that line. I was thinking about this a lot recently. Like sometimes, especially in the past, I used to just really over detail these. Like it just doesn't matter, you know? As soon as you add detail, you create a responsibility to like meet that level of detail everywhere. And it's like, we get what her face is doing. That's the important part. If we get it, why are we adding more shades to her face? Like, just clean up what you've got and move on. You know who else she looks like? Wait, is her name also Kat? No, not Kat. She looks like the girl from Victorious in this one. Anyone watch that show? Remember Victorious? The like kind of goth one? I did like her. I did think she was hot when I was like, what, 16? No lies. I can't lie. Oh, thank you. Wow, she looks so much better than she did before. Holy moly. It's like a different image. It's still not perfect. I can see what I don't like about it. Not that it needs to be, not that perfection is the only way forward. I'm just so close to it. Cool. Do you know what I mean though? Do you know which character I'm talking about? Let me show you. Does she not look like... Jade was her name. Does she not look like this? This one? It looks like her. She could play her in the live action version of Insignia. In the movie. Harriet's pretty old. Harriet's like supposed to present like somebody in her 30s. She's like my age, right? She's like our age. Who would play Armin? Well, it would have to be Timothy Chalamet, of course. No, it would be... I mean, he actually wouldn't be a bad pick, but he's too old now. Chalamet! Everyone says Tom Holland. No. Because Tom Holland is... Everyone's like, Link should be Tom Holland. Why is Tom Holland the de facto, like, boyish... young, boyish-looking adult man character? No, it wouldn't be Tom Holland. I actually don't know any young male actors. Like, what? Finn Wolfhard? Is that his name? He could... maybe... He's got kind of like... He's got the right features. What about that kid from the Minecraft movie? He's a star now, right? You could play him. He was not very good in that movie. Okay, so now we can take this and shift. Whoa, no! Oh, no! You're not supposed to be there. I thought I moved you. I thought you were on your own layer, bro. What? I could have sworn. I think I'll just... do that. I said, baby, I do this. Okay. Like, what even was I doing? Hello? What? 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 Hello? The heck? Why can't I? What? Ah! Okay. You just wanted to make that joke. No, it was my mouse stopped working. I couldn't control my computer. Oh. No, it needs to be shorter. All right. So she's supposed to have a cape on, and she's supposed to be leaning over the desk. Maybe if I make this much darker under here. Maybe that will give the impression of leaning a bit better. And then I do want this to be larger, like the camera angle demands it, but I think I've sort of just maybe gone a little overboard. Needs a bit more like perspective warping to convey that it's a camera angle thing, not a arm big thing. Although I wouldn't be against her having some decent tone. Okay. It's still a little much. I'll just bring this over a few pixels at a time. Posture issues? When someone's writing, yeah, over a desk, they lean forward, right? So she's leaning forward and then she's looking up at someone talking. She's like leaning here and she's looking up. So with her elbows on the desk, I think she's okay. But I've got her left-handed. Oh no, she's not left-handed. I've just got this flipped. She's right-handed. Which immediately makes me think that this, well, yeah, now I can see what I was trying to do and why I haven't succeeded. It's also that I have this, I wanted to do like a cape here. So like this much of this is at least not really supposed to be there. But I think I haven't really developed this out yet. Yeah, I'm thinking I should open this arm out. I'm just going to also separate this now into its own layer. I think we're back at that point. Huh. Now, you know what? I might commit to it. This is way off. That's the problem. This collar should come up and go up there. If that, I mean, like really, realistically, it's more like this into that. And this just happens to come. The hair confused me, I think. In fact, what am I doing? This is supposed to be... Adam, come on, man. If she's got like a Peter Pan collar, it comes under here. This is the problem when you're updating old art, is sometimes you just get mentally caught in the perspective of the person who drew it. You know what I mean? Like you get stuck in a world where you can't draw. Because there's already so much there, you're just sort of like stuck on the shapes. That looks like a bell. It's not supposed to. She's not that kawaii. Hey, Amadon. Welcome. I mean, I worked on the collar. It's just that most of the work on the collar was done like 5 years ago when I first drew this scene. Hey, thank you so much for the gifted subs. No, Liz Glow, I think you're right. It's just I'm not, the collar is not currently representing anything. It's just all wrong. It's better now, I think. We're getting there. Oh, thank you. I've always been like that, you know. Members of my family, not people who are in my family, but like people who I am, like my father-in-law or my in-laws, never know what I'm friggin' saying. They can't understand me at all. Also, like, I think this is gonna go this way. No one understands what I'm saying because I'm always talking at this lovely, soft-spoken volume, and they're like, huh? We can't hear him. Not true. I mean, they understand me. It's just like, her dad has hearing aids. My wife's dad. My father-in-law. So like, he's just got bad hearing. And like, her nan's like almost 90. In fact, she is 90 now. She is in fantastic shape for 90. But, of course, that doesn't mean she has superhuman hearing. All right. Oh, the other thing about this was that the shoulders were supposed to be puffy. Which is almost impossible to draw now with the amount of shading that I've given them. It's supposed to be like sort of, yeah. I might change some of these details at some point. She was originally intended to be basically like a red mage archetype. I think like the idea of the cape sitting on top of the clothes. Maybe it's just better without them, without it. It's just a couple details too many, I think. Okay, let's get more aggressive here and just like make the shapes that we want happen. I've officially been looking at it for too long as well now. The frustration of trying to use the tool and the tool not doing the thing. Yeah, I think it needs like more dramatic shapes, like intentional, more angular, to sort of convey like, yes, this is supposed to be this way. Almost heading into like 1980s territory now. You think so? I wish I could absorb your drawing skills like a... You could just watch my YouTube channel. You either watch like a zombie or you draw like a vampire. Live long enough to become the vampire. You either draw a zombie or you draw a vampire. Live long enough to draw a zombie or die a hero. Whoa, no way. No way, Jose. Okay. I got to wrap this up. This has been... She's looking great. Looking lovely. Eyeball freaks me out just a little bit. If I have to say it. I do say it. Eyeball's a little bit freaky. I think it just needs like... Again, it's like once you add the layer... Okay. Maybe we just go whoop, or like a whoop. Yeah, looking great. I might even do a little bit of... Nah, better without it. Maybe we could do just a little bit of a whoop at the end. All right, I'm officially okay with what this looks like now. It's not perfect. It's lots of errors, and I will come back to it one day. But for now, I think it's doing the job that it needs to do. Maybe tonight I'll have a muck around with it a bit more. Kind of strange. Wait, you think that someone who is a red mage can't be a witch because they have green eyes? Wait. How does that make sense? Don't red mages and witches... Isn't there like a significant overlap between the concept of a red mage and a witch? Also, this is my game. I'm not playing D&D. I'm making up whatever world I want. That's what it was. I mean, it wasn't terrible. But it's very different now. It's just like having a style is like a big part of it. Like being able to say, this is how I draw these characters. This is my style now. I think I had I was doing something, but it wasn't very consistent. And it didn't always produce results that were good. Hey, booyah! Rating me for a change. How's it going? I won't be here for long. I gotta go. Okay, let's have a look. Oh, new puppy. Nice. Cool. Armin needs a little bit of work in this shot, but he's much better than he was. You should have seen it. You want to see it? I'm sure it's somewhere here. This is Armin from Almond souls. Jesus. He was a serious man. I was so defensive of this when I drew this. Also, my brother was like, Adam, why did you draw him like that? And I'm like, he's supposed to look intense. And it's like, he does look intense, but he also doesn't look anatomically like anything. He looks like he's so flat here. His head is so oddly wide. The lighting's just so dramatic and so not correct. And then here, it's like, oh, it's just like an anime guy with a serious look on his face. You know, it's like so different. It's not perfect. Like I could fix a bit of the head, the eye color makes it look a little flat. But like, geez Louise. And I still got more work to do. Like this, I really liked this, but at the time when I drew it, it's not terrible, but it's also not right. It's not stylistically what I draw when I draw Armin anymore. I feel bad about redrawing it. I would go more dramatic now with the motion. I would have him flail a bit more wildly. I would probably make this arm a little more stable, and I would make his proportions like what they are now. Right now, he looks like someone wearing Armin cosplay in 2016. Like the skinny, it's almost like he's wearing like skinny jeans. He's like kind of big on top and little on the bottom. And then this I can update, no problem. This is actually pretty close. I don't mind this. And then this is good. I did this recently. I don't mind it. This is much closer to the portrait style of Armin. It's, again, not perfect, but it's okay. Maybe I'll bring the sword up a little closer to his chin. Or, you know what? He needs a bit of light here on the shoulder. That's a big one. You can't really see, but if I lit this, I feel like that it tells you his shoulder is a lot more clearly. It's crazy when you see it in context and it tells you what you need to do. That's a lot better. But I still think we could bring it like maybe all of this could be up like if I get closer. Maybe like there. That helps as well. Nice. Nice. Cool. Awesome. Okay. Well, that was way too much. This was like that. Oof. And I still didn't get it all done. What I was supposed to do. This ended up being there. This didn't go in. This is, I'm eating into my dinner time because I'm naughty. This needs to go back up here. And this needs to go up there too. All right, I gotta go. I like it too. All right. Hey, everyone. Thank you so much for checking out the stream today. I have to go. It was fun. Let's find someone to raid and get out of here. It was fun today. Anyone speaking? Whoa, Kebab Scal's online. I haven't seen him in ages. Sick. All right, pals, if you have not wishlisted Insignia, now is your cue. Go ahead and do it. Check it out. We're there. We're on Steam. Hit that button right here. If you're interested, look at this. This game's got everything. Thank you so much for checking out the stream today. I had a lot of fun. I hope you did too. If you like my content, wishlist Insignia, become a patron, go to the YouTube channel and sub there. It's been a pleasure. I will see you maybe tomorrow. Maybe not. I might be doing some YouTube stuff tomorrow. So otherwise, I'll see you Thursday. That's the stream. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the IndieTales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.